stream. Hello to the sun. How are you?
I am wonderful. I'm full of butternut squash soup that
Ah,
you made for
yes.
lunch today. It was amazing.
Thank you for dining at Harvest Man Cafe.
Yes, it was a wonderful experience, and everything was seasoned perfectly, and the garlic, homemade, sprouted, wrapped crackers were perfect.
That's right.
Yeah, the marinated, smoked salmon from Alaska that was the surprise inside the butternut squash soup was divine.
Everybody likes surprises.
Yes, it was really good.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. And I had your grandson Aubrey on with me, helping in the kitchen. And we're going to start posting some of the video clips of the foods that we make together on the high frequency living portion of the YouTube channel. And so just to kind of keep you all in the loop, I understand Diane's going to do some things too. I just thought about Diane's snacks or raw
Oh
cinnamon rolls.
yes, and for dessert we will be having raw lemon bars,
Yeah, the
which
lemon
is
bars this time.
are really exciting. So I can't wait
Yeah,
till.
which they're just as good, but those cinnamon rolls though. Look, you all, if you ever come to Georgia and you're around Diane, you got to try them. It's the best snack.
Yes, it's wonderful.
Like, look at me. It's the best snack. I'm not playing. It's healthy. You know where it came from. Seriously.
So we are enjoying the fruits of existence. We're happy to be alive, happy to be eating live food, happy to be
Yeah.
eating healthy, highly vibrational, colored food. I had orange soup with pink surprises inside.
A little bit of living green on top.
I had all of it.
Yeah. So we'll post the video up, and you all see it on the short. So today we're talking about balance.
Yes.
And the call for the Truth Divination card pull we did today was get on board with yourself. Be congruent. Make your thoughts and your actions match. It is not what you say, it is what you do or what you do not do.
Yes.
So we're going to dive into that. And there's a whole lot that could be said, and some people probably feeling guilty. Ooh, like I do need to get congruent. But this has a lot to do with retaining our power through the congruency, but I don't want to get too deep into it yet.
Okay.
Got
All
a
right.
couple of announcements, and I see a couple of people are logging on. Welcome everyone for joining us in the live stream. And so just some updates for you all. We're rolling into 2026, and we have our class listing for the first quarter. So in January, we're going to have an Akashic Records class taught by myself. So we encourage you all, if you've taken the class, feel free to join again. If you haven't, the only prerequisite is, actually, there are no prerequisites.
Right.
You can just jump into Akashic Record reading, learn this. You will get your soul cleared in the process, so consider that a bonus of removing interferences. But we're going to show you how to access the records, no gatekeeping, none of that weird stuff, okay? Because you are connected to the records. We also have to bringing back Soul Translation. You're going to be taking us in another
Yay.
series.
Yes, I am. I'm excited about it.
So you'll be doing energetic triggers, scans, and healing. You mind sharing a little bit about that?
The actual class itself will be identifying what the triggers could be, and it could be as something as simple as the barometric pressure, or it could be something like you're triggered by the fact that others are talking about you. It could be a variety of things. It could be physical, it can be mental, it can be spiritual, but many of you are sensitive, and this process will identify what the trigger is, conscious or unconscious, and then we will clear the interference pattern and then teach you how to do it for self and others.
Yeah.
It's a very robust understanding to have, that the forces that are in the frequency bandwidth that you have access to might feel like an allergy. It might feel like a trigger. It might feel like an irritation. So all of us have these experiences. Some of them are from our childhood. Some of them are from before that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard earlier someone said, we have gravitational pull with family, creating a trigger.
Absolutely. So gravitational pull with family would be one of them. Gravitational pull, period. Like, is everybody around you trying to hit the ground and you're trying to stay up? And there's this gravitational law in play.
That's a heck of a visual.
Are you trying to leave the tree with the others? Or are you wanting to stay with the tree through spring?
Look, my goal is to be planted, like to break off from the tree, drop roots. I love you. I'm still part of you through the tree network, but I gotta do my thing
Yeah,
because it's rotten right there. Root
absolutely.
rot.
Yeah.
All right, so this will again be in January, and then February we have DNA activation coming back up, and then we also have soul translation once again, freedom release, regain your sovereignty. March we're doing energetic protection and defense.
We may need to
And
talk about the freedom release a little bit in
go right
February.
ahead.
So, freedom release means that every time in your experience in life, there has been a mechanism that has acquired your energy directly or indirectly. Like someone says, will you pray to this thing, like this Egyptian thing, or this, whatever it is? Will you pray to this deity, whether it's the government or whether it's a religious affiliation, or maybe it's a flag, or maybe you worship at the altar of money,
Maybe
or
it's Wells Fargo. Maybe it's the banking system that you,
or the job
or
that
the
you work,
contracts that you've
or
signed.
the person you're sleeping with. You know, people pray at different altars. So every time that happens, your energy automatically goes where your intent is. So if your circumstance changes and you grow beyond that, then, 10 years later, you might think, I'd like to get back that energy that I gave to Joe Blow,
Wells Fargo. I keep saying, I got a quarrel with Wells
or
Fargo.
or that group that I used to be involved with, or whatever it is you'd like to have your
I
energy
like
back.
what you said, the allegiance to a flag. We did that for a very, very long time, many of us who
Yes,
were in the public school system.
and or there's a whole variety of things. When I went to school, they used to use the children to fill up the church for funerals. So if there was a funeral, the school would be out, we'd be in the church.
Yeah,
So
see, I was just extras, literally,
we were.
building the facade. All these little children. Why are all these little children at the death of the funeral for this older woman or man?
Because they paid the church for that, a full church. So,
That's weird, but
however, so calling back the energy your energy that has been usurped from any of the many varieties, including all of your credit cards, all of your bank accounts, all of the people who you remember and the ones you don't. So that is a very intense class in February, and will require you to think about your history and come forward with lists of who's got your energy that you'd like to get it back from, and then we'll teach you how to do that. So that's exciting. I think that'll be fun, and it'll take us all month to do that.
indeed. And so again, continuing March, we have energetic protection in defense class. Then we also have soul translation, ancestry, and beyond. Do you want to speak about that before we shift?
Soul translation ancestry is very exciting. It's multidimensional. It's very layered, as we are. We are multidimensional beings, and in our ancestry exploration, we show you not only what countries your ancestors came from with great accuracy, we also show you what the ancestors in that country who were hunting in the forest, who killed the lion and asked that they have the heart of the lion. We find out, like, do you have lion in you? Do you have alien in you, which you do? Do you have mystical matter? Are you fairy? Are you leprechaun? All of these things, and there are many levels of it, and it's more than one session, but we'll begin teaching about the entirety of the process, and then Lauren of the Sun does take people through the 6 or 7 layers of it, but we'll be teaching what the layers are and how they exist. So that's very exciting too, because you are multidimensional. You are alien, you are mystical, you are animal, you are human, you are your ancestors, and more. And all those things you were in the past lives.
That's right, what she said. So,
That's
soul
exciting.
translation, people wanted more, so we're giving you more. So literally every single month, there will be a different modality of soul translation, and there are 25 different modalities contained within the larger compendium of soul translation. So we look forward to you all joining, and I understand that the only prerequisite for soul translation would be sun calibration.
That's what's necessary for any soul translation class.
Exactly, you got to learn how to get answers. And also for anyone who wants tutoring, if you've taken sun calibration and you still want to tighten up your skill set, you can sign up for tutoring with Lauren of the Sun. She does tutoring for sun calibration, quantum light property clearing, and soul translation as well. And there's several people on the calendar tomorrow, so people continue to utilize the service and are gaining great benefit.
Yes, we're excited to move into 2026 with more people obtaining this information and seeing the value, as this is more of you. All of this is more of you than you've been given before.
Yes, yes. All right, so we have 2026 to look forward to
Yes,
with expansion
yes.
and learning more about the soul. So before we begin, I just want to give a little acknowledgement to those who are in the chat, and then we're going to jump into our topic today about balance and congruency. So we got Gina in Lakesh and Veritas. She says, much love, gratitude sent out to Laota Tavares and the whole of the sun universe. The conversation is always thought tantalizing and inspiring, and of course, showering us with emojis. Thank you, Gina.
Yay. Thank
I
you.
am Elijah Woods. Peace, balance, prosperity, abundance, love, light. Let's eat the rainbow and intake the full spectrum with focus and balance. Thank you, Elijah. As usual, we appreciate you.
Yes.
Serenia is here in the house. In Lakesh, yes, they did that when we were in Catholic school, filled up the church, and then said the Mass in Latin. Craziness. There are more victims of the Catholic Church. Julianne is here. She says, hello, souls of light. Shaka Warriors here. Good morning, Sun Souls.
Yay.
Delilah and Lakesh and Veritas. Sherelle, greetings everyone. Stacy OTS, cinnamon rolls. Stephanie Singletary and Lakesh and Veritas. Diane's here in Lakesh and Veritas. Welcome everyone. So again, we're talking about balance. Today's card pull. Balance, once again, the maxim is get on board with yourself, be congruent, make your thoughts and actions match. It is not what you say, it is what you do or what you do not do. This card is also shining through the lens of the sacral. So everything to do with our vitality, our life force, our investment of our energy, and the congruency thereof. So what's one of the first things that comes to mind with you when you hear this? These were your words. Again, it's weird saying it because this is a Lauta maxim. And so what is it that you are looking to convey to the person who hears this?
The idea that we are, as much as we would like to think, that we are clear on how we situate ourselves in our own reality, often we are not balanced in the entirety of our experience. So even when we have perfect balance in our work life, we may have issues in our financial life or in our relationship life or in other aspects, but it is important to recognize that any incongruency is a false narrative. Mm-hmm. That if you are saying, yeah, I got it like that at work, I'm doing good, I'm being promoted, and then at home somebody's saying, well, you didn't tell me the truth, or I don't know,
You lying, I want to fire you from home.
That.
Yeah.
And when we catch ourselves in an incongruency of what we vocalize and what we're willing to do, that's such an opportunity. That's an opportunity that's like, oh, I wanted to take the children to the movies, but
what happened was, that's what happens.
But it's really this idea that you are able to say a thing because it's genuinely what your will is, but you don't have enough power to make your will so you end up in a worse position had you not said anything. So you get the dopamine hit. I'm gonna take y'all to the movies. You get the dopamine hit. Yay! Daddy gonna take us to the movies.
That's right. Big man. Yes,
Yes.
right. I'm the one
And then
providing.
then somebody calls and says, "Didn't you say you were gonna take the children today to the movies?"
You're like, shit. I did say that. I forgot.
And
Ah.
so now you have dug a hole, and now the children are disappointed. And then at some level, you realize, I wanted to do that, but it's more important that I go play golf. Or it's more important that I be on this phone call where I can make more money on the weekend, or whatever it is. And then you realize that you have not been congruent, that you have created a circumstance that now will not honor you. In fact, will do the opposite.
Like, Daddy be lying. Daddy said he was going to take us to the movies 3 times.
Yeah.
I
So,
don't believe Daddy.
and so that ends up, whether they say it or whether they don't, or whether they just say it to mommy, or whether they say it to each other and while they're going to sleep at night, like, yeah, we were supposed to go, then that then diminishes the morphic field from which you can gain your strength and your power and your glory. You have just diminished the place where your glory comes from. Those who like, yay, we're fans of daddy, so you diminish that. So that happens whether you're at work, whether you're the mommy, whether you're the daddy. The idea of incongruency, of making the thing, the thought, the inspiration, the divine inspiration that wants to give, pushing behind that the power that it can give. Like, let me write this down. Let me remember to do this. Let me remember that this is important to the children. Let me make sure I give the necessary power to this, or arrange for someone else to, because it doesn't always have to be you. But mostly these things fall flat right after they're said. It feels good in the moment. Everybody, you're the hero. And then when the time comes around, yes.
Feels like credit. Like
Yeah.
you're charging up.
Yeah, I
It's
think
not
that's
backed by anything. And then
I
when it
think
comes
that's
to
true.
pay
Like,
up,
yeah, you put it on your Visa.
yeah.
Like, yeah, kids, we're gonna just put this on the Visa. It's on Daddy.
Yeah.
But
But
then it's overdrawn.
yeah.
You
So
know?
let's take it back. There's several different things that's coming to mind. And although we are using the example of parent-children
Yes.
dynamic,
That's not the only thing.
of course, we can see in romantic
Yes.
relationships, sibling relationships, friends, worker, employee relationships, all of that. It's in everything, all relationships, hence the sacral, right? There are several different things that you said earlier. One being the dopamine.
Yeah.
What's behind? I want to discuss 2 things, and I'm going to say both of them so that we don't forget the dopamine. But you also mentioned about the power. And usually, people don't have the power, and I want to know, like, what is it that's robbing or stealing the power from the congruency? So, would you talk about the dopamine? Like, what is it? Why are we chasing this dopamine? What's the thought behind? I'm just going to say I'm going to do a thing in the moment, but I don't really mean it enough to live it out.
Well, and it's really not, that's not actually the thought in most cases, and it's on both sides. There's dopamine, and we use this particular dynamic, but on the receiver and on the person who's giving it, there's this understanding of, I can say something that I know you would like to hear, and it will make you feel good and me. So it's on both sides. There's this chemistry in the brain that's like, yes, yes. Whether it's, employee and employer, or lovers, or friends.
Yeah.
Like, we can go hiking. Let's go hiking on Saturday. And you're like,
No.
yes, I want to go hiking. And then the person says, well, on Saturday morning, 10 minutes before you're supposed to go, they're like, oh, I can't make it. But but there's dopamine on either side. And so the chemistry in the brain that is inspired to do the activity, that shares that energetic space with another, Often what happens is on the other side is that the recipient of the person who is deemed to have the power to make it happen, the recipient relaxes into, you got it. And so they lose their power because they're like, but I was expecting you to buy the flowers, pay the dinner, do the this, do the that, you
Mm-hmm.
know. I was expecting that your power would be used and not mine. So it works on both sides. There's no lack of responsibility on either side. The disappointment and unhappiness come in when neither of the parties or don't embrace the idea they've agreed to, and there's no balance there. So mostly the no balance comes from not so much the person who has the authority to say yes, it really comes from the person who feels they have no authority to make it happen on their own.
It's
So
deep.
yeah, it actually is. We're getting into two-dimensional chess here. You know, we're about to move to the third dimension. So it's we all, you know, like he said he was going to do this and he never does what he says. But what on the other side of that is he said it to you, and did you do all the things to make it possible for that to happen? You know, did you do the things, did you believe it to be so enough that you did whatever actions need, that you bought the dress, you got ready on time, you did all the things that support the original
Or
idea?
did you just leave everything up?
Yes, yes.
He'll take care of
Because
it. She'll take
those
care of it.
things support manifestation.
Yeah.
Those things support actualization. You know, so did you buy the groceries so that the dinner could be cooked, or did you figure like, oh, we'll order out? And then you didn't actually take any action because you put the action into a future moment.
Mm.
So then there was no vitality or energy to go towards the manifestation of the thing that you wanted to
So
actualize.
let's explore that. What is often robbing the power or the energy for the action part to take place?
It's on both sides, and it's the incongruency, it's the imbalance that both sides must participate. It's that when you give, and this is, you know, kind of a response to the book I wrote, Call for the Truth, when you give your authority over to someone where they can then bless you, you can bless yourself. You know, you've already lost. You've already lost. Like, oh, you're going to take me out. Like, you can take yourself out. You know, and you can do it anytime you want. And you can then be the hero in that story, in that equation. You don't have to be the person waiting for someone else to, you know, take care of you.
That's a very different perspective to have
It's
based
not
on
the way
how we've
people are
been.
thinking.
No, we're not, because
Yeah.
when it doesn't happen, the automatic disposition is, well, you said, and then, you know, everything that you acted out in the previous section of the conversation, and
Yes.
just a low frequency experience has taken place
Well,
where they don't necessarily want to do the thing. I wanted to go with you to the place and do the thing. And
I feel powerless, is what they're really saying. It's, I feel powerless. Will you give me your power by agreeing to whatever we agreed to? And now will you use your power to propel me into the space where I can go and have the experience while you're carrying me around? And by the way, if you don't do it, I'm going to be pissed.
so let's talk about the part, the
You know?
detaching from the emotion of someone who doesn't keep their word with you, and making sure we don't feel any type of way. Like how is it best to look at this? I feel like you've kind of touched on it, but I'd like you to go a little deeper.
We should all strive to make our word bond because it makes us stronger. It makes us better. It gives a richer experience. People can count on us. It is the solid ground that we can provide for others to walk on. But as we learn that process, since we're none of us done yet, as we learn that process, we can help a person along by being in support of whatever it is that you are agreeing that will happen, by not just being the add-on. Like, you be the horse, you get the saddle, you get the hay, I'll come ride. And if you don't show up, We don't look at it that way, but our expectation, it's a feminine expectation, it's a children expectation, it's an adult expectation, but the reality is we know who we're talking to. Unless we just met you 5 seconds ago, we already know who you are. So it's like self-sabotage. Like, will you do so and so and so and so on such and such and such a day? Oh, well, I know you have a history of not being able to remember to do the things you say. How about you do that? And then you say, sure.
Everyone gets their dopamine hit, goes about their day, and then
And the dopamine runs out like an hourglass.
yeah,
And then when the day comes, you're like, I'm so disappointed in you that you didn't make my experience happen for me the way I wanted you to make my experience happen for me, because I got that dopamine hit that made me think I was going to get more. I didn't necessarily do anything to get it, but I'd like more. Would you, so I'm not in favor of the person lying.
get your own dopamine.
Yes.
This is problematic, Walter. The way it was acting, but I want I didn't get my dopamine. You fiend! Stop it. Please continue. Excuse me.
So we do need to flip the script a bit. We do need to flip the script that we're looking for someone to make our happiness.
Yeah.
That's very imbalanced. There is no one who can make you happy other than you. Happiness is an internal mechanism. It is not an external mechanism. Being able to blame someone because they have not yet grown into full congruency is the way of the world in the third dimension, but it is not balanced. Because think of it if it were your child, and your child is saying, all the children like, can I have your lunch every day? And it's like, sure. And then everybody's like, yay! and then he feels good, and then all the children feel good. Then he comes to school each day and has to give away his lunch. I mean, if it were your child, it's the same idea. Do we want people to learn to be burdensome and then accuse the accuser of not having thought it all the way through, when we're all in levels of immaturity and learning how actualization and manifestation works?
It's a good perspective.
I have children. I have grandchildren. I see it happen.
Yeah.
It's the reality is that when it happens to us, we have less understanding. But when we see that our children are innocent and learning, and that we may have a son who's 25 who is learning, and he says yes because it feels good and there's dopamine, and then he's attacked because he can't do the thing that he said he was going to do, and he hasn't learned yet how to gather his power to make his word bond. Should we kill him? Is that what should happen? Should we chase him down the street and tell everybody on social media? What should we do?
Jeremy can't keep his word, y'all. Look at this non-keeping word boy.
And this is what we see on social media. Well, he's a liar. Well, yeah, he is. And who are you in that scenario?
And they go, well, I'm the victim.
And you cannot be the victim and the master in the same scenario.
Aha.
You cannot be victim and master. You must decide. Which one are you? Which one did you say?
Why can we not be both? Just for the people who are curious. I know why, but I want to hear you speak on this, because it's a real thing. People aren't often seeing that that's what's happening.
Yes.
That we want to be the enlightened one, but we over here upset that so-and-so is disappointing us.
Yes, so we end up falling into victimhood because it's the low-hanging fruit. Like, it's your fault.
Yeah, it's easy to
It's your fault because I don't have this or I don't have that. And so whose fault is that? I mean, is it even about fault? What I have noticed...
No, I think it's more responsibility and accountability.
Yes,
it's a different vibe.
I have noticed that people have what they want. Like, people who want to get high have what they need to get high with. Yeah. People who want to have lovers they find ways to get lovers. Mm-hmm. People who want to drink find ways to get alcohol. I have noticed that people get what they want. And then the things that are less important to them, they want other people to get those. How about you pay my rent? How about you pay my car note? How about you take me where I want to go? How about you cook my dinner? Oh, you're a liar. You didn't do it. You said you were going to pay my rent. So I have noticed that everyone needs to grow and that you can't be the master of your experience if you are dependent upon another to serve up your happiness. It's not really about the material things. You may need time. It may take years. You may not be able to manifest and actualize every single physical thing you want. That mansion you want may not be readily available. You may not be able to do that. However, you can stay happy. You can go to sleep happy you're alive to think another thought. You can wake up hoping that some of the thoughts you thought will manifest that day. You can be thankful that that happens. You can see it in the small things. You can be thankful for the hot shower. That's something that I always love to talk about because it's such a simple pleasure that we can be thankful for. You can be thankful for whatever you're enjoying in your food or whatever level of health you have or all of those things, and all of that offsets the blaming of another and the accusatory disposition that you have the right to point out the thing that a person has not done for you that you have not yet inspired them to do for you, because there is that aspect too.
Yeah, that's
Like,
something too.
have you inspired someone to do such a thing for you? What have you done to inspire them to do it? Is it that, it used to be that when we first opened our office in Fort Myers years ago, people would come in and say, you should just see me for free. I said, well, why would I do that? This is a business. I have bills to pay. And what would they say?
Yeah, I remember that nonsense. Because you're a healer,
Because you're a
you
healer,
shouldn't be charging to
you
heal
shouldn't
people and
charge
help
anything.
people. Well, I'm like, go tell that to your doctor, go tell that to your lawyer, go tell that to the public school system.
But that attitude is, that you are sick, so you are the victim going to the master, telling the master what the master should be doing.
It sounds out of order. Sounds incongruent.
It's incongruent and out of balance. Like, so you must choose. If you want to be in victimhood, then explore that so that you can learn how not to be that. And then you enter levels of mastery just because you have explored victimhood. Because then you understand, oh, I was looking for someone else to make me happy.
Yeah, that victimhood stuff don't work after a while.
And then also the idea that I am so impressed with what I see before me that it is changing my disposition from happiness to sadness, what I see in the world and what I see in my life and what I see with my family and my poverty. So I see all of this and I am irrevocably challenged by it. But everything you see is what's in you. You are projecting the mirror that you see. So if you hold the thought of what you want long enough, if you hold the pitch long enough, the external reality will shift. So that's mastery. That's from victimhood to mastery. That is from incongruency to balance. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's big boy, big girl pants, growing up spiritually, mentally, emotionally.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in support of, well, you were right, poor you. There's a lot of
But
people.
that never allows the person to grow.
It doesn't really allow you to get from victimhood to your own mastery, even though you may be a master in certain areas of your experience.
Yeah.
But if you're, and this is not I'm not in support of those who are not telling the truth. I'm in the awareness that people are growing, and that if you have put all of your eggs in their basket, that's a problem.
Yeah, so this is not a justification for people not being able to keep their word, but
No.
I like what you were saying. Like, at the end of the day, it's about your internal state of being. If we are investing or making our state of being dependent upon how they respond or how their actions unfold, then it's really us to, I don't want to necessarily say blame, but the ball's in our court. How will we choose to respond to that?
Right, and are we devastated? Are we going to run in the bathroom and slam the door or leave the house because we're emotionally incongruent because someone else didn't do something? Or
I mean, no. I'm like, is this rhetorical? Or is this like, no, I'm not gonna run in the bathroom and cry or run away from home all the time. I'm going to man up. I'm going to spirit up and take ownership and pop myself into joy or something, figure it out.
Or at the very least, get yourself to level. You
Courage
know, get yourself,
above that 200 threshold of
yeah, get
consciousness.
yourself to a level where you're still okay.
Yeah.
You're not now adding to your self-sabotage.
Yeah.
Because it's sabotage to make someone, it's really like a gaslighting. Like, I'm going to entice you to give me something that I want and use your energy to give it to me. And then if you don't give it to me, I'm going to accuse you of not giving it to me and not telling me, and then add on, and you didn't tell me the truth.
It sounds insane when you speak that out, like psychopathic.
Yes, and you are going to give me what I want because you have the power to do it and I don't. And who wants to do something for someone who doesn't have any power? To contribute to the, if you can't contribute to the pot, why are we in discussion?
Yeah. Like at least bring the pot, bring the matches, bring the heat, bring something, season in something to the
Yes,
pot. Like,
absolutely. Something that's needed and appreciated and wanted, and that is that makes sense. And remember that what is really congruent with a person is the experience of what you are willing to do. If you are willing to get up and feed yourself and do art or whatever your activity is, that is where your interest is. And we can see it, it's often right in front of you. Like you look around and what's important to you is right in front of you. So if you live in your mother's basement, we can see that a house is not important to you. That what's important to you is probably the computer and the content on the computer. So you probably have a computer no matter what. You find a way to get yourself a computer. If you're an alcoholic, you find a way to get the alcohol. If you're, whatever your interest is, you find a way to participate in the thing you're interested in, even if the rest of civilization is interested in other things. And there's no judgment. It's just that find your balance in that. So find your happiness. If you want to grow vegetables and all you want is a piece of land and that's what you have, then good. It doesn't have to be that you have a private jet and live with the Kardashians. It's not even like that. But this idea of wanting someone else for the thing you really don't want, wanting someone else to provide the thing that you really don't have enough energy to provide because you're really not that interested. Because what we're really interested in, we do.
so let's pivot just a little bit, and we're about to break, but we look at this from the individual level. We spoke a lot about the dynamic of investing energy and not keeping word with two parties. What does that look like with the individual? Like commitment to self, doing things and you don't follow through, like what's happening energetically in this type of dynamic?
It's such an interesting thing to think of yourself, because I used to be this person. I used to be a person who thought I did not have power. And when I thought I didn't have power, I kept looking around for, does that person have power? Is there power over there? Where's the power? Is it at work? Is it the people who own the company? Yeah. Is my name ever going to be on the building? Do I gain all of my power by working for these people? Am I in worship of the ones I work for because they have the power? And then we don't realize that it is the people, the individuals like myself, who give them the power. You don't understand about the exchange of energy. Like the class that we've got coming up in February, you call back your energy. Every time you give your energy away to someone else and want them to produce something, you have given away your power. So you're busy blessing the world with whatever amount of power you have in the hopes that they will return it to you.
Question, is there ever a time where that's appropriate? You see what I mean? Like,
Yes.
or is it like...
When you're in a community where you give and you are... Of the Sun is a perfect example. We are teaching light body. We are helping souls see that they are light. We are doing it through example and through our own efforts, and making sure that we are actualizing our time, energy, space, writing textbooks, spending time with people, talking to people. That registers as giving to humanity. What happens is the people who are in the classes are giving us back so much love. They're giving us back so much, we hope we win. They're giving us back so much, I'm having wonderful experiences. That is the appropriate, balanced way.
Yeah, I can see the energy is
It's
cyclical.
very
It's
much
not
like
just
the
going
morphic
out
field.
one way, it's coming back.
Energy comes in and goes out, energy comes in and goes out. So we are being nourished by the lovely people who are in light body and the ones who will come. We are being nourished by that, but we are not, we have to do it at this level for it to register vibrationally as assistance to humanity. So, you know,
This
that's how it
answer, I
works.
think, that beautifully answers the question. Great example and clarity, and a shameless plug. Join Lightbody. Join us in cultivating our light every first, second, third, and fourth Sunday. Back to the show. So you're highlighting this issue with self, where seeking power outside of self, incongruency with moving forward and keeping our word. We're gonna break in like 3 minutes. You got any final thoughts on this?
Yes, that the recommendation is that you seek things that nourish you, that make you grow, make you stronger, make you able to be generous, make you able to have the energy to have something to contribute to humanity, so that then you may be fed back through the cyclical systems that the source has created in all of the universe, that is self-sustaining. This is where you don't run out of juice in the middle of the night. You don't run out of energy at the end of the basketball game, because you're the cheerleader and the basketball player.
Yeah.
You know, yay, win, 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 win. And then the player gets, yes, I'm gonna win, I'm gonna win. It's the cycle of energy and life that continues. It's not what we see where, even in our current state of existence, where we get up, we have a lot of energy, and then the hourglass drains all day long. But it wouldn't drain as much. Like last night, I was up late talking, and it was energizing. I was talking to you, and it was energizing. It was way past my bedtime, and I was energized, and I went to sleep late, and I woke up early, and I was energized, because that's what nourishing conversation does.
Yeah.
There was no pulling on, let me take this, pull it uphill, and none of that. It was just a very nourishing relationship, and that's what we would strive for.
Again, I'm going back to the visual of the morphic field, this continual
self-sustaining,
perpetuating,
like the
self-sustaining,
sun. The sun
regenerating.
is self-sustaining. We are of the sun, self-sustaining, bioluminary beings.
This is interesting. Where my mind's going, it's like, science isn't ready for this. You know, law of thermodynamics and all of that stuff. This is not supposed to be possible.
Just, I encourage everyone to keep breathing, watch and see.
Yeah.
So,
All right, so we're gonna take a break, 45 seconds. Be right back. This is a word from our sponsor, Aluka Inc.
Every financial crisis has one winner. It's not crypto, it's not stocks, it's not real estate, it's gold. In every financial crisis, there's one asset that always comes out on top. Not because it skyrockets overnight, but because it never dies. Stocks crash, currencies collapse, property markets freeze, but gold, it keeps buying the same value as it did 100 years ago. Look at history. 1929, 1971, 2008. The people holding gold weren't panicking. They were shopping. They had liquidity when everyone else was broke. The winner in a crisis isn't the one with the most cash. It's the one holding what cash runs to when it's scared. When the next crisis hits, you'll either watch your savings melt or you'll be the one buying gold at a discount.
All right, everyone. We give honor, respect, and gratitude to Alex with Aluka Inc. Visit alukainc.com for wealth assets management and protection, investments, This guy's located in Dubai. He is all about gold and investing your money into gold, something that's sustaining, long lasting, even beyond this paper fiat currency. I was just having a combo with one of our clients last night. She's asking, what do you think about investing in my 401k? I'm like, yes. Guidance says yes. And, we're at that time where things are happening in the market where it's important to put it behind something that will last beyond. Clearly, there's a collapse happening. So, with that being said, we are back, and I'd like us to go to the chat really quick and see.
Yes, absolutely.
There's a couple of comments in the chat, and we thank you all first off for continuing to stay with us with our live stream, talking about balance and congruency. We trust that you have found some value from this because, this is so relatable with whether it's individual relationship with yourself and keeping your word, or that with another person or children, which that's a thing. I grew up that way, not believing my parents. I'm like, y'all will never keep your word. But seeing like I've had to work on that myself, and it's ever pervasive, and in all different type of relationships.
And actually, it's almost absolutely true. Who your parents are is who you are, whether it's conscious or unconscious, unless you choose not to be.
That's right. I'm choosing to no longer take action on the echo of the DNA.
That's right.
At least
you
in
can
that
make a new
way.
song. You can
That's
sing
right.
a new song.
Me. All right, so we're gonna start from from one of the more recent comments, and we're gonna work our way up in the chat. So thank you again, everybody, for joining us. We got Julianne. She says, her saying that has taught me where I get or have the frequency of victimhood as a fake protection shield to my soul light power.
Excellent.
DNA. Right, it's fakery at the bakery, Julianne.
False narrative. It's a false narrative.
Yeah. Four Corners is saying there's a natural alignment that creates the magnetic field, and we can amplify our magnetic the more our thoughts are in tune to expressions.
Yay.
That's right, Four Corners. North, south, east, west. Juliana again says, my mom and my personal, hold on a second, the chat skipped. My mom and my personal opinion feeds my brother's victimhood, saying that due to my father abusing him is why he is an alcoholic.
It's a convenient excuse.
It's more of that victimhood stuff. Yeah, I was like, we're gonna let that one
good
breathe.
Projection, yeah. It's a projection in the third dimension if people still go for it.
Yeah.
It's
Like, I'm this
time-
way because of what you've done to me. This
Yes.
is your fault that I'm in this condition.
And that would be true if you were not a human and able to change.
True.
Our personalities are fluid. We wake up every morning deciding whether we're going to be an alcoholic again today or not.
Yeah.
Am I going to be a rascal again today like I was yesterday? Or am I going to, overeat again today like I did yesterday? Or do I have the power to take this 24-hour period and start changing myself in every 24-hour moment in time after that? It's fluid. So there is this level of choice.
It's beautiful, and I think this is a great example that Julianne brought up of what happens with us when we refuse to take or step into the accountability, responsibility of what we can do versus you didn't do enough, so I'm this way because of you.
You didn't do enough, so I am not going to live up to my ability to respond in my own life.
This
I'm not, yeah.
Yeah. It kind of sucks, but at the same time, hey, that's what you want to do. All right.
And we have to remember we are eternal, that if you choose that path, long and arduous and difficult and painful as it may be, we live a long, long, long eternal time. So you can do that as long as you're willing to. Long, 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 long.
Long time. long. We got Shaka Warrior. Shaka says, say that, Lauta. Shaka, am I giving the right level of emotion here and energy? I feel like I am.
Yeah, thank you, Shaka.
Say that, Lauta. It's time for it's time for people to unshackle themselves or be boldened to anyone.
Yes.
And then she has a couple of comments. She says, yes, congruency matters because I don't know what happened there with the chat. But she has one more, and she says, yes, speak on it, Lauta. Congruency prevents the internal conflict of pretending, moving you from fight or flight to rest and digest. Interesting. I like that.
Yeah, I do too.
All right. Thank you, Shaka. Diva 831, I think that's Nichelle. And look at Nichelle. Says, cannot be victim and master. Quote, they are at the opposite end of the spectrum. Choosing either side cancels out the other. So true. Shaka again says, it's vital that your inner world, your thoughts, values, and feelings align perfectly with your outer world. Actions, words, behaviors, creating a state of authenticity.
Absolutely. And
Your-
that's what we're going for. We're going for who are we authentically at that level, but at the original level. What is our blueprint? Who were we meant to be? What were we designed as? What did Source have in mind? Are we living the experience of authenticity in our daily life? Or do we have many levels of deconstruction to get to who we authentically are? And I would say light body is the way. Go back to your original design as a light being. That's the authentic self. There's no lie in that. There's no lie in the light. All right.
That's right. No, I'm like, hey, go on. Show you right. Speak on it, Lauta. Shaka, you mind if I say that?
Yeah.
I feel like you got a point when I do it. All right, skip that. Thank you, Shaka, for the words. And by the way, Shaka sends her gratitude. She says, much appreciation and gratitude to you two phenomenal. Hold on a second, the chat keeps skipping. Much appreciation and gratitude to you two phenomenal sun souls for this poignant and powerful topic.
Thank you,
Yes.
Shaka. I'm glad that this is hitting. The cards are extraordinary. When we pull them, we understand we're in divine inspiration, because we're not choosing these consciously. We're shuffling a deck and pulling out a card. So
Yeah, certainly. Four Corners is back. Four Corners says, this is kind of funny. You said it, I'm just resonating.
shining, just shining like the sun, just shining. Yeah.
Osanaki, are you in Japan? That sounds Japanese. We wearing our kimonos today, Osanaki. Osanaki says, nice chat and company. Grateful to have had this channel arise within my experience. Yes.
Thank you. Honor, respect, and gratitude.
Yeah. You know, we had somebody in Japan who Ahai was going to have a consult with.
Of course.
And then he goes, you sure you don't want to take that consult to ours? Yeah, I know how I feel about Japan. All right, Four Corners is back. Four Corners has a question. Four Corners says, please speak on the contradiction in thought patterns. Example, saying the affirmation, I'm wealthy, but in the next breath, I say, damn, now I got to pay some money to fix this bicycle tire. How does one align mind to visualization?
And this is such a common issue of the experience in front of you is the inspiration for you to have the thing you want. Also, the experience in front of you is your inner consciousness reflecting back to you. The lack of having what you need for your bicycle is the aspect of you that has not yet seen the wealth and the abundance that's in your experience. So instead of saying, I am wealthy, why not use words like abundance and prosperity that are less challenging, but more deeply effective? Because you can have an abundancy without having the money for the tire. You can have prosperity because it is now and later, and it could be on the way. So I think choosing language that doesn't challenge you, like, I don't see no wealth.
I still got this flat tire.
And when you start seeing abundance, you're like, oh, I know a friend who's got a pump, and I know somebody who's got patches. That's abundance. That's another way where the universe can then give you the person, place, thing through your acceptance of the abundance.
This makes a lot of sense. I see it allows the person to make the necessary stretch to
Yes.
inform the field, but I'm going to say down to earth and realistic, where it's not too far, where again, you have that snapping back.
Yeah, when you say I am wealthy and you go on through your inventory,
You'd be like, shit, I can't believe this. I'm lying to myself. I'm not being authentic.
and you don't have anybody on your contact list that's got a dime. So that's a challenge. It would be
Yeah.
better to use the language of creation. The earth is an abundant, prosperous place, and you do touch those things. You touch people with patches, you touch people with pumps, you touch that abundance, you touch, and then you can be grateful for whatever it is that you can see gratitude for the person who you're in contact, for the neurotransmitters that help you figure it out. You can be grateful that you have that ability. Not everyone does.
We might want to play this back. This is very expansive, and I can definitely see how important it is to adjust the language.
And
where
that
it's,
you're
again,
able
not
to
too
ride a
far out.
bike. A whole bunch of people can't ride a bike. There's just so much. In the abundance, there's so much. In the prosperity, there's so much. When wealth is kind of a challenging, it's like money. Like it challenges you to actually have it. It's not like it could come to you through others because you call for money, and certainly the consciousness of money would like to come to you if you can congruently hold it together in your inspiration. But abundance and prosperity gives you a lot of ways to get in. So that's my recommendation.
Yeah, it's a nice alternative.
Yeah.
All right, so Four Corner says, appreciate y'all, one love, and true. Central Tribe is in the house, in Location Veritas. Yes to light body.
Yeah.
Always co-signing. We appreciate you, Central Tribe. And so that's all we have for comments right now. We got 3 more minutes. If anyone else has any other questions or thoughts. And
Would you read the card again before we close out? Normally we would pull a card at the end, but we pulled our card at the beginning. So would you just read it to kind of end the way we began?
Yeah, so again, our card pull today was balance for the sacral chakra. And the maxim was get on board with yourself, be congruent, make your thoughts and actions match. It is not what you say, it is what you do or what you do not do.
Yes. I want to point out that sacral power is orange, and orange power is the power to bend spoons and move bars and put orange power into your wallets, into your finances. Use the colors of the ultraviolet ray. For the sacral card for today, use your orange power. Wear an orange t-shirt, get some orange underpants, get your orange power going. Eat orange food, think orange power. It means something. It has frequency, and the frequency has power, and things can happen just from that. So you are encouraged to use the sacral color for the sacral power. And remember that as you say something, the thought or the will to ask for the power to make it so should come at the time when you say it. You say, I'm going to take you to the movies, and you say to yourself, I will have the power on that day to do this. It's a small thing, but it's a big thing.
Yeah, put that in your pocket, in your spiritual utility belt.
So we're very happy that you joined us today. We thank you for being here with us. We look forward to talking to you again in Lakesh and Veritas. We have honor, respect, and gratitude to you all. Thank you.